This meeting is now resumed. Members, we do have a presentation this afternoon to recognize the recipients of the Mayor's AI Awards. I would like to call upon Mayor Chell to speak.
Good afternoon, members of council. I hope some of you have been able to visit the AI project showcase just at around lunchtime. Might not be too late to check it out, and Councillor Ainsley and I want to encourage you to do so. What you saw there was not just technology, but civil servants. They used modern tools to make everyday experience simpler, faster, and more effective for city residents. The projects being recognized are priority initiatives because they deliver real public value and reflect council-approved priorities. These projects teams are with us today, and we are very proud of their accomplishment. Their work reflects what's possible when technology supports, not replace, the people who serve our city. I want to acknowledge the leadership, the collaboration, and the dedication that brought these projects to life, and their imagination, because you imagine what's possible, and you're brave and daring to try it out, and this is the result you see. The first one. The Data-Enabled Recreation Planning Project used real-time data and predictive insights to help City of Toronto understand how residents use recreation services. By grounding planning decisions in lived patterns and local needs, this initiative allows the city to plan for programming that is more responsive and aligned with local communities, their priorities, making sure that recreation programs deliver meaningful impact where it matters the most. Second project, 311. It handles more than 1.3 million interactions with residents each year. The 311 virtual assistant will make sure that residents can get clear, accurate answer at every hour, connecting them to city services without unnecessarily a lot of friction. Okay? Technological services receive over 150,000 service requests, and this is number 3 project. 150,000 service requests annually. They come from city staff. Okay? Tech Assist will improve how city staff access technical support, like when your computer locks you out, and it delivers, okay, some of you already said yes, delivering faster answers to common questions and freeing up service desk capacity to resolve the more complex issues, ultimately strengthening service delivery for the public. The fourth one, Toronto building processes approximately 40,000 permit applications each year, and each require many technical documents to be reviewed for permits to be issued. The building permit application pre-check helps applicants get it right the first time by identifying key or any missing information and possible issues. It can even look at your drawing and say, wait a second, this doesn't make sense. Can you give it another try? Or you might have missed your last name in the application or the license number. All of it would be there. And so that when you submit it, you don't have to go back and forth. Then there's less delayed and helping housing move faster from plans to reality, which is phenomenal. I've been told that when we launch this later this year, it will be 50% faster. We are already faster than ever before, right? We are now getting it done so quickly. It's incredible. It's going to be faster, and I think it's going to be fastest in Canada and maybe even more. We shall see once we launch this one. I want to thank a very special a former colleague of mine. I don't know whether he went back to class. Yes, this is former colleague, Councillor David Sanaki, who has been working hard on my behalf on the many issues, one of which is the AI technology, how we could use technology. And it was his suggestion that we should do a Mayor's AI Award to encourage different departments competing and really reaching for the best. And that is what we have today. I just want to give a shout out to former Councillor David Sanaki. I also want to give a shout out to Councillor Lily Chang, because after she came back from a trip overseas, she has been relentless saying, hey, why aren't we doing that technologically? Why can't we do this? Why can we saw all this happening. Why can't we do more? And she's been relentlessly pushing us to do so. And look, we are doing it. I'm glad, Councillor Chang, you had a bit of time and looking through all of those very impressive models out there. So we will now play a short video that highlights each of the 4 selected projects. And after the video, Deputy Mayor Paul Ainsley will come up to say a few words about the projects who received the Mayor's AI Award. Okay, here are the, here's the video.
Across the City of Toronto, divisions are exploring new ways to use data and artificial intelligence to improve services for residents and support the teams who deliver them every day. This year, 4 projects were selected as the city's priority AI initiatives, chosen for their potential to deliver clear, responsible, and meaningful enhancements to public service. These teams are now being recognized by the Mayor for their leadership, creativity, and dedication. Their work shows that AI is not about replacing people. It's about empowering them. It's about giving staff better tools to help build a modern city that delivers for all residents. Each of these 4 initiatives began with a clear service challenge and a commitment to design practical, responsible solutions that support both residents and staff. Data-enabled recreation planning. This year, Parks and Recreation will be the first division to utilize this platform with a new integrated data foundation delivered to support its programs and services. This dashboard will provide a clear, consolidated view of how residents will be using recreation programs and services. By bringing real-time information into one place, it will give city teams a practical, easy-to-use view of activity on the ground. It will also be the first dataset onboarded to the Toronto Data Platform, establishing a foundational use case for a centralized hub for city data. Staff will be able to respond more efficiently to resident questions, identify trends, and align resources based on demand. Most importantly, the dashboard will help the city respond more effectively to local needs. Looking ahead, this data foundation will enable future enhancements, including the integration of demographic, public opinion, and facility condition data, enhanced planning and forecasting capabilities, and the responsible use of AI. Together, these advancements will further support improved recreation experiences for residents. 311 Virtual Assistant. To help residents get faster, clearer answers, 311 is introducing 2 new AI-enabled tools, a research assistant that helps staff quickly search thousands of articles, and a public chatbot available 24/7 on Toronto.ca/311. These tools make information easier to find, reduce repetitive searching, and help residents reach the right service request quickly.
The AI research assistant now does the research for them. So anything that they're looking for, they're going to find a lot quicker, and the information that they're going to be providing to the caller is going to be a lot more accurate and consistent. Pilot CSRs have been very positive in regards to the experience they've had with it, as well have identified that it is a lot more consistent, and they're spending a lot less time trying to find the information.
Tech Assist IT Virtual Assistant. Tech Assist gives IT staff one simple place to ask technical questions and get accurate support using Microsoft Copilot and ServiceNow. It reduces wait times for common issues and frees service desk agents to focus on more complex work, improving service quality for thousands of city employees.
So we're trying to uplift the entire user experience of how the users reach out to service desk. Right now, there's no single unified gateway. Either they can reach out via email or via phone. So this interface will provide them a single entry, and then it will have an AI layer at the top. It will look for those questions in the internal knowledge bases first before routing it to the service desk staff.
Building Permit Application Pre-Check. Toronto Building is piloting an AI tool that helps applicants identify missing information and basic zoning or code issues before submitting a permit. By improving application quality from the start, staff can begin their reviews sooner, supporting faster and more predictable housing approvals across the city.
I think the biggest challenge with an AI project like this is how to address concerns that this is replacing humans in the decision-making process. Our goal with this project is to look for those common issues that slow down the process and to be able to help examiners to do their work more effectively, help them find information within the submission package, to help them identify common issues so that they can provide their response more quickly. So keeping humans in the loop of the process and working as an assistive technology rather than the appearance that AI is making the decision.
It's more of an assisted tool. It's not a replacement tool in this regard. It's to assist the applicants as well as the staff to move applications through the pipeline and allow staff to do value-added work and take them away from the mundane or the small aspects. But the oversight is always there by the individual, or the human in the loop to ensure that things have been done correctly and clearly.
While these projects are unique, they share a common goal: improving the day-to-day experiences of the people who rely on city services and the employees who deliver them. As this work continues, the city remains committed to responsible, transparent, and people-centered use of technology.
And Mayor Chow, thank you very much for all your leadership and vision for the Mayor's AI Awards and getting us today where we are. Thank you so much. And thank you to my colleagues who took the time today to visit the Mayor's AI Awards Project Showcase upstairs in the Members Lounge, those that were able to speak with staff and see firsthand the amazing work being done across all of our city departments. As a resident, a city councillor, and the chair of the General Government Committee, I've always believed this. Digital transformation isn't about technology for technology's sake. It's about people. It's about making sure government works better, works faster, but more importantly, that it works for everyone, no matter who they are or where they live in the city of Toronto. What we saw today in the Members Lounge is exactly why City Council supported the Mayor's AI Awards. These projects show us what happens when we pair good ideas with public service values and a clear sense of purpose. They demonstrate that when we adopt technology thoughtfully, we deliver better services, remove barriers, and make everyday interactions with the City of Toronto and its residents more human. To the teams being recognized today, thank you. And we have a full gallery here that need a round of applause. I can't thank each and every one of you enough for all of the work that you've done in moving the City of Toronto forward with technology. You're helping us modernize how we serve, and you're doing it responsibly and with public interest front and center. You're helping us to modernize who we serve. You're doing it responsibly with And to my colleagues, we support this kind of innovation. When we give people the space to imagine what's possible, we're better prepared to meet the expectations of residents who count on us. Congratulations once again to everybody for the first annual Mayor's Awards recipients. I look forward to seeing how this work continues to grow and strengthen our city each and every year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And congratulations. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have an announcement to make, an introduction.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, congratulations again to the AI Awards recipients. That is pretty spectacular. And I am really actually glad that our guests got to experience and see that. Today, I'd like us to warmly welcome students from Northeastern University, Toronto, who are here visiting City Hall. And I want to thank Tamara Estwick, the Global Learner Support Specialist at the university, for coordinating this visit. And I want to share with you a little bit of what Tamara shared with me about what the experience is and has been for students here. The purpose is to understand the importance of civic engagement and the functions of city government, to learn about the city programs and services, and to witness democracy in action. And I'm so glad they've gotten to do that all, even just from this short time visiting the council chambers. Can we give them a round of applause and a warm welcome?
Thank you and welcome. Before we start the member motion run through, I would take the release of votes. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Any releases? Okay. Oh, Councillor Bravo.
Yes, I have a point of personal privilege, Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity. March 24th was the 50th anniversary of the military coup in Argentina. It was a taking up of arms against democratically elected representatives, which is an assault on democracy itself. Mayor Chao proclaimed this day because it is a day to uphold human rights and to remember all of the horrors that followed. 30,000 people disappeared, thousands of people were exiled, thousands more imprisoned, but there's one particularly horrifying practice that I want to talk about today. 400 infants were stolen from their mothers in captivity, and this was in part justified as extinguishing the beliefs of their opponents by taking the children. Marcela Solsona Cintora was among them, and she is here with us today. Marcela was born sometime in late May and early June of 1977. She was taken from her mother and placed with a family. Her mother remains among the detained and disappeared. For decades, mothers and grandmothers of Plaza de Mayo searched for Marcela, and she has now been reunited with her family of birth. While 1,200 people were convicted and many sentenced to long imprisonment, we must never forget these chapters in global history. And I want to say today that it's particularly important for Canadians and the crises we face globally to call that this situation is something that stands as a reminder and as a lesson. It brings to mind to me the abductions of Indigenous children placed in residential schools, also to extinguish something essential in them. And I was happy to have lunch with Marcela and community leaders and to learn that she has been meeting with Indigenous leaders here in Ontario. What Marcela and Argentinians were subjected to was a result of interference by the United States. And these threats have been made against Canada too by President Trump. We must be wary of words like regime change, and like in Chile where I was born, where there was also a military coup, or today in Cuba, and so many other incidents that have happened in Latin America on the continent. National sovereignty, upholding democracy, and respect for human rights have to be universal values. So gracias, Marcela, for your courage, for the tour that you're on, all of the events that have happened this week and have been so valued in the Latin American community. Thank you to the community leaders who have brought this forward. You can visit the rotunda downstairs and learn more. Thank you for making this happen, and thank you to all the human rights campaigners all over the world today. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick releases, Councillor Perks.
I'm going to try a couple. First, PH 28.8, a shared vision to create more affordable and supportive homes and sustain community networks in South Parkdale.
Okay, just a sec. PH 28.8?
Yep.
Okay, you would like to release?
Yes, please.
Okay, on favor, carried.
And also, I'd like to try PH 28.7, advancing partnerships. Oh, okay, not quick.
Okay. Nobody has any other quick releases? Okay, Councillor Crisanti.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. So 27.16, programmatic approach to delivering state of good repair. I'm releasing that item.
Okay, just a sec. Okay, GD 27.16.
Correct.
Councillor Crisanti is releasing. On
Thank you.
favor, carried. Nobody else wants to release anything? Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd be prepared to release IE 27.8.
Okay, just a sec, let me find it. Okay, IE 27.8.
Tree bylaw review report with a recorded vote on recommendation number 2. Okay, I'll continue to hold it.
Any other quick releases? Come on, members of council, we need to get this agenda done. All right. Okay, members, we will now do the members' motion run through. The city clerk has advised that financial impacts summary sheet for member motions MM 39.1, MM 39.74 from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer has been posted with agenda item RM 33.7, review of the order paper. MM 39.1. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. A communication has been submitted on this item. All in favor? Carried. That's for the referral. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 39.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. A communication has been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Sachs?
Thank you. Just before we deal with the next item, if I could take one moment, I want to acknowledge the leadership of the 2 cultural gems that we're going to be dealing with in the next item, that they've come to the council chamber today. Lori-Ann Goodwin from Transec, April Hazen from the Al Green Theatre. Really important cultural gems in Ward 11 and in our city. And we're able to give them a revitalization that was not accessible any other way. Thank you.
Thank you. MM 39.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 39.4. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 39.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Pardon?
Item, please hold it down till later. Number 6.
Well, we have to introduce it first.
Okay, introduce it, please. Thank you.
Okay, MM 39.6. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. So you would like to hold the item down? Councillor Sachs? Okay. Whose phone is that? MM 39.7. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 39.8. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 39.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 39.10. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. Okay. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. MM 3911. Yeah, she's holding it. Looks like we're back tomorrow. MM 3911. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3912. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. The revised member motion was posted on March 24th. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3913. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. What, does the staff have it? Does the staff have the minor amendment? No? Okay. MM 3914. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3915. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised member motion was posted on March 24th. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 39.16. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised motion was posted on March 24th. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3917. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 3918. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3919. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3920. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2025 T 22.3. Only as it pertains to Part 6 and 8 of the decision, a two-thirds vote is required to open that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3921. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3922. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3923. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3924. Ditto. Can I just say ditto? No, I have to read it out? I have to read it out. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3925 has been withdrawn. MM 3926. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3927. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving recorded. I think there's an amendment. Is there an amendment coming forward for this one? Yeah. But I understand that there's an amendment made on this one. So we'll hold it down. We'll hold it.
Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Crescenti, please. Councillor Crescenti, please. And Councillor Cole, your vote verbally, please. Affirmative. Affirmative, thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 22-4.
Was there an amendment made on this item? Did you receive an amendment? Yeah, we're going to hold it. Yeah, we're holding it. Yes, Councillor Perruzza. MM 3928. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2025T 2133. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried on the item. On favor? Carried. MM 3929. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? On favor? Carried. Oh, it's this one here that has an amendment. MM 3930.
Yes, I have a minor amendment.
Yeah, just a sec. Let us, you don't have it yet? It's not ready. Okay, we'll hold it. Well, let's waive referral first. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Councillor Cole will hold the item down in your name.
Thank you.
MM 3931. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3932. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to Toronto local appeal body. Hearing has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3933. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 39.34. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? On favor? Carried. MM 3935. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Pardon? Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, your vote verbally, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 22-4.
You're going to hold? Does the staff have it? Does the staff have the quick amendment? Okay, so Councillor Thompson, do you want to?
Okay, I'll hold it. I'll hold it. I'll hold it.
Councillor Pasternak, you want to hold, no, I know Councillor Thompson, so you're agreeing to hold it? You don't want to move the amendment? MM 3936. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor. Councillor Perks would like to hold it. MM 3937. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3938. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3939. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3940. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3941. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3942. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on... Who said that? Councillor Perks? On the item? No, he wants to hold the item down. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said hold it down. Okay. Recorded vote. Sorry, I didn't hear that. On the item? On the item, yes. All right.
Councillor Cherneslin, please. Councillor Cole, your vote verbally, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The item carries. The vote is 20-4.
MM 3943. On this motion, I've reviewed this motion, MM 3943 from Councillor Cheng, based on two grounds: overriding delegated authority and seeking to establish policy beyond the jurisdiction of the City of Toronto. In 1999, City Council delegated authority for all flag raisings to the Chief of Protocol. City Council would need to first amend the delegated authorities for motion on a specific flag would be in order. Additionally, under the procedure bylaw, a motion is out of order if it relates to a matter that is beyond Council's authority. The federal government does not use or recognize the historic Lion and Sun flag in reference to Iran. Council cannot make a determination that is within the jurisdiction of Global Affairs Canada. For these reasons, I rule MM 3943 out of order. No, I ruled it out of order, Councillor Cheng. I ruled it out of order. Oh, Councillor Cheng, on this?
Yes, I just want to say that I understand that we're moving this out of order, and I don't think this reflects the heart of many council members.
This is not out of. I'm sorry, Councillor Cheng. I ruled it out of order. It's not on the floor. MM 3944. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. 2/3 votes are required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body and has been deemed urgent. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3945. We're at 45, correct? Yeah. MM 3945. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving, recorded vote on waiving referral? Okay. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng and Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Cole, your vote verbally, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 22-4.
Recorded vote on the item. Pardon? Okay, but we're just voting on the item. Did you want?
It's on the vote. Point of order, Madam Speaker. I would like to record 1 and 2 separately from 3. I can't support 1 and 2.
You want to vote on 1, 2 separately?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Candavel, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, please.
Councillor Cole, your vote verbally, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Parts 1 and 2 carry. The vote is 22-4.
Okay, did you want to record a vote on 3? Councillor Holiday? No. Okay. Item is amended. Balance of the item on favor, carry. MM 3946. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2025 CC 3519. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council debates otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 3947. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 3948. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 3949. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. Pardon? Okay, 1 minute.
Okay, thanks. Last month, the stretch of Dupont in my ward was fully shut down for nearly a whole week with no notice provided to businesses, residents, or even the TTC. This wasn't an emergency closure. It was planned. There was a permit secured in advance by Toronto Water. And these kinds of closures, even for important water main repairs, have a big impact. Local businesses lose money. Commuters can't get to work or school on time. And of course, roads need to be closed some of the time, but people are supposed to be notified so they can make alternate plans. That's a condition of the permits, but in this case, it just didn't happen at all. It can't continue, and it's not the only time it's happened in the city. That's why my motion today calls for all the divisions that work on road closures like this one to come together, create a clear accountability system, and that includes making sure all permit requirements get met by contractors. People deserve notice. It's a small thing, but it's a big thing in people's lives, and I want to thank staff for helping me to draft it.
Thank you. On the item on favor, carried. MM 3950. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referrals? Carried. Who said hold? Oh, Councillor Bradford is holding. MM 3951. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Recorded on referral? Okay, recorded vote. This is voting on waiving referral.
Councillor Cole, your vote verbally, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 20-5.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote. Yeah, just a sec.
Councillor Cheng, Councillor Chernis-Lin, Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Cheng, your vote verbally, please. Affirmative, thank you. Councillor Cole, your vote verbally, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Councillor Carroll, your vote verbally, please. Affirmative, thank you. Okay. The item carries. The vote is 21-5.
MM 3952. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2025 MM 28.1 only as it pertains in parts 1 and 2 and 3 of the decision. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3953. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded to waive referral? Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, your vote verbally, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 23-2.
On the item, all in favor? Recorded. Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
Speaker, may I vote for 1, 2, and 3 separately recorded?
As one bunch?
As one bunch is fine.
Yeah. 1 through 3 recorded separately.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 recorded vote, yeah, okay. Michael? I voted.
Councillor Bradford, thank you. Councillor Chernes-Lynn, Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Cole, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Thank you. Parts 1, 2, 3 of the item carry. The vote is 23-2.
On the balance of the item, on favor, carry. MM 3954. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried on the item of, pardon? Recorded on the item? Okay, recorded vote. Oh. Okay, because I thought we already voted on the referral. So you want a recorded vote on the referral? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please.
Affirmative.
Thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 23-3.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Cole, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative. And Councillor Bravo, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The item carries. The vote is 23-3.
MM 3935. Not 3555. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3956. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3957. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Pardon? Recorded vote?
Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Mantis, and Councillor Crescenti, please. Councillor Cole?
Affirmative.
Thank you. The item carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
MM 3958. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to Toronto East York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried on the... Pardon? I can't hear you. You want to hold the item? Wow. $59 has been withdrawn. $39.60. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote on the referral? Okay.
Councillor Cole, please.
Negative.
Negative, thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 21-4.
Yeah, Councillor Perks is holding the item down. And Councillor Holliday, you have a point of order?
I read the submission, which is originally from the Consul General of the United States of America, and there is some information in there about the status of deployment of ICE agents or not deployment of ICE agents. And in light of that, would you rule this motion in or out of order, please?
Rule, I didn't hear what you said, Councillor.
Will you check this motion to see if it's in order based on the information provided by the letter?
I don't care what the Consul General says. Nothing to do with whether it's in order or not.
Hold it down, I'll get back to you. Amendment 3961. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 62 has been withdrawn by Councillor Pasternak. 63. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3964. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate you accommodating me. I just want to rise very quickly to thank members of the Black Maternal Health Coalition for joining myself, Councillors Thompson and Councillor Moyes this afternoon to acknowledge this motion and the upcoming Black Maternal Health Week from April 11th to the 17th. Unfortunately, we continue to see disproportionate outcomes on an ongoing basis for Black women when it comes to maternal health. And these are important bits of work and awareness to accountability that is being focused on for this year's theme. Again, just really want to appreciate colleagues for their support to reaffirm this proclamation. It'll be the second year that we're recognizing this important work. And again, with our thanks to the leaders and volunteers from the Black Maternal Health Collective. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay, on the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3965. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. Pardon?
Hold. Nice and simple.
That's how you do it. Nothing is not succinct.
I shall hold it.
Yeah, so we waived notice, now we have to waive referral. On favor? Carried, and you're holding the item down.
Yes, please.
MM 3966. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3967. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Civic Appointments Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3968. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. Did you want a recorded vote, Councillor Holiday? It's your motion. No? All in favor on the item? Carried. MM 3969. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3970. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3971. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3972. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to reopen of item 2025 MM 30.8 only as it pertains to Part 1. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3973. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3974. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. Waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3975. Notice this motion has been deemed urgent by the chairs. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3976. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion is subject to reopen of item 2025, i.e. 25.6. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of the item? Yeah, all in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3977. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3978. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion is subject to reopen of item 2025T2412. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On the item on the reopening, on favor? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 3979. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3980. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3981. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. Hold. MM3982. This motion has been deemed urgent by this chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion's been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item? On the item, carried. MM3983. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. Pardon? You want to hold? Councillor Cheng wants to hold it. Okay, members, that was 83 members' motions, so no more motions for the rest of the meeting. Okay, hold on. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. On a point of privilege, I just want to acknowledge and thank you for reading aloud to us for 94 minutes. It was beautiful.
I know. I don't know if I can speak after this, so please keep your speeches short, please. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I did submit in the last short while, been working with staff on an urgent motion, and it has been sent over to clerk, so I just wanted to make sure that we can deal with that at this
Wait, sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I've been working with staff throughout the day. I have an urgent motion without notice that's been sent to the clerks, and I'm hoping we can deal with that today. It needs
Okay, I haven't
time
seen it
sensitive.
yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. After Councillor Morty's motion, we're cutting off the member's motion. There's more. How many more? What's going on? When were they submitted? Okay, but at one point we have to cut it off. Yeah, I mean, I think most of the agenda will be deferred to the next council meeting because everything's being held down. Yeah, no more after what's being submitted, so don't receive any more. I believe our next item is GG 2714, which is a timed item, renewal of various boat club leases. Councillor Morley held the item down. So do we have questions to staff? Please put your name on the list. Okay, if I can have members of council to take their seats, we're moving to the next item. Councillor Moyes, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Cheng, Councillor Matlow, please. Okay, do we have staff here? Okay, Councillor Morley, questions to staff.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I do have a number of questions of staff, both TRCA, CREM, as well as Parks. For the TRCA, I'm going to be focused on the one Toronto Humber Yacht Club in my ward, where there were some changes at general government. With respect to the Toronto Humber Yacht Club, would the TRCA approve a new land use proposal that looked like this club in this location along a river if it were received today?
To the Speaker, no.
Would the TRCA support the city's decision to not renew the Toronto Humber Yacht Club? Or does the TRCA support this original decision of staff?
Speaker, TRCA supports the staff non-renewal recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Krem. Thank you very much. Is the Toronto Humber Yacht Club the only club not recommended for renewal in the report before us?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
What issues were there with this particular yacht club that weren't present for the other yacht clubs?
I'll pass to Parks to speak to the overall decision around the non-renewal, and we can speak to lease compliance after that.
Thank you.
Speaker, Parks determined not to include the yacht club among the leases recommended for renewal after a comprehensive review of all 25 leases up for renewal in consultation with TRCA and CREM, and fundamentally on the basis of land use, did not bring this one forward for recommendation in consideration of other issues as well, which I will ask first of CREM and then TRCA.
Thank you.
Thanks. Through the Speaker, long-standing behavioral and compliance issues on the site and with the tenant heightened the environmental sensitivity concerns on the site and supported the determination not to put this forward for renewal.
Thank you. Can you summarize briefly some of the lease compliance issues and public concerns that have been raised at this location and for this club?
Thanks. Through the Speaker, between 2018 and 2024, the city has been communicating multiple times with the tenant around both violations, lease violations, and formal default notices. The conduct included concerns.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt because we need to have a quorum call. Nobody is sitting at their seats. I guess. Yeah, quorum call. No, nobody is sitting at their seats. They're all around chatting. Please sit in your seats. Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Cheng.
Quorum call.
Madam Speaker, there are 19 members present in the meeting.
Okay. If I can ask members of council to please remain in your seats, because we have a huge agenda here. No, I know. It's, okay. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, staff were just summarizing some of the lease compliance issues as well as public concerns that have been raised. If I could pass it back over to staff to complete their answer on that.
Thanks. Just to finish off, the notices included concerns on encroachments, unauthorized structures, nuisance, environmental damage, and unapproved commercial activity.
How many notices have been sent to the club about these issues since 2018?
Over the years, there's been multiple, quite a bit of communication back and forth. We think there's more than 10 formal communications on lease performance concerns.
So would it be fair to say that the Toronto Humber Yacht Club has been given the opportunity to come into compliance over the years?
Through the Speaker, that is an accurate statement.
And what kind of response to these notices has the city seen over the years? And have any of these infractions been resolved?
Through the Speaker, as summarized in the supplemental report, the majority of the noted violations and defaults remain unresolved.
Thank you. My final questions are for Parks. What would a less intensive use look like in practice, and is there a plan to move forward in that direction?
A less intensive use would not look like a motorized boat club. It would, and a plan to move forward really would look like wind down in 2026. TRCA technical studies in early 2027 and considering a range of future possibilities, and then consultation in fall of 2027, and then a proposal back to committee.
Thank you. I'll leave it there for my questions, Madam Speaker. I will speak to this, and I have a motion.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. We heard at the committee that a decision was made in spring of 2025 not to renew the lease, and that was done by the city's Toronto Public Service. Has anyone figured out who made that decision and what the basis was?
Speaker, the decision was made by the General Manager of Parks and Rec in consultation with TRCA and CREM, and the basis of the decision was fundamentally related to land use with other considerations as described recently by my counterparts.
Oh, so other considerations would, as in the supplemental report that just popped up on this, were all now part of that decision. I just want to be clear on that.
Speaker, the primary driver for the decision was land use. Those other considerations were also taken into account.
All right. So leading into that decision, what consultation was done with the club or with the public or with anyone? Or did the public service just make a decision?
Consultation included work with the TRCA, CREM, Legal, Indigenous Affairs Office, Toronto Animal Services, Toronto Police Services, Marine Unit, various elected officials, and Toronto Canada Office of Boating Safety.
Any members of the public? The club?
The members of the club, the communication was pursuant to the lease concerns, not related specifically to future use.
Right, so no one talked to the club about renewing or not renewing. I just want to be clear on it, like yes or no.
Through the Speaker, we have been in ongoing conversations with the club around performance in lease compliance. There was no communication directly with the club about non-renewing and whether this site was going to continue in the boat club portfolio prior to that decision being made.
So staff made this decision. Is staff aware that there's quite a bit out there on social media? And one of the things I read there was that there's a push or a drive to establish a non-motorized paddle club in this location. Did anyone give pause to the process, understanding that there's advocacy for a change on that land? And here we are with a decision made by the public service, and fast forward a year later, we're talking about it at council. Did anyone weave that into the process? Or was it not known?
Speaker, the answer is no. The decision was relative to land use, not this boat club, but any boat club in this particular location.
Now, just about the land use, I'm going to really summarize it to say this is a boat club on a floodplain. It's been there for 70 years, by the way, and use is potentially longer. And essentially, it boils down to there isn't a desire to locate uses on a floodplain. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, and as was mentioned earlier, if there was a new proposal of this stage, but we do not want to have risk in the hydraulic floodway where this is located. So while it's in the floodplain, it's also in the hydraulic floodway, which is the most highest risk part of a floodplain. And so having those types of uses and property, hazard mitigation is a priority for us at TRCA, so that's why we have supported the city's.
Are there other things in that same category up the Humber River or along other rivers? I mean, we just approved the Evergreen Brickworks. I'm not saying it's on a hydraulic flood, maybe it is. But are there other places in Toronto where there's things close to the river? And they've been there for a while.
So through the Speaker, there is no other boat club on a riverine system.
What about other
the
things?
city.
Arenas, parking lots, playgrounds, sports fields, permeable, impermeable paving. Is there not any other examples along any of Toronto's rivers? Do we tear those out too?
Through the speaker, there are historic uses throughout the city and in the valleys, but there is no boat club, as I mentioned, in the hydraulic floodway in a river system, and with it renewing, that's why we supported, or with it coming to, the term coming to an end, that's why we supported the city's decision.
And finally, you know, there's been a focus on the word motorized, because I understand there's people eyeing this idea of non-motorized paddling clubs or boating clubs.
This is your last question.
Can you tell me whose jurisdiction the waterway is with respect to boat use? Is it anybody here?
It's not the city's jurisdiction.
The staff answered. She said it's not in her, didn't you say it's not in your jurisdiction? No, it's not the city's. Who is it?
So marine safety matters are, if there are marine safety matters, those are matters that perhaps could be directed towards council in terms of how TPS and how other OPP, how others have jurisdiction on water that we do not have water jurisdiction.
Madam Speaker, perhaps I can assist.
Councillor Fletcher, you're next.
Oh, no.
No, the city's lister's answering.
Sorry.
Clock problem.
Go ahead.
The management agreement provides that the city is responsible for maintaining the lands for parks, recreation, and conservation purposes, and any other uses TRCA approval. Any other uses require TRCA approval.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, you're next.
Okay. Can you just read the three things again that's in the 1972 management letter? It's recreation.
Parks, recreation, and conservation purposes.
Parks, recreation, and conservation purposes, and everything else is under the TRCA can say yes or no.
That's correct.
I guess I've got the 2018 violation letter, and it's very clear at that point that there is a violation around, says jet skis, rental of jet skis, float homes, and Iron River. Am I correct in that? Who's going to tell me about that lease? I guess that's what's in there, saying you violated these things in 2018.
Through the speaker, that is correct.
Were any of those violations brought into compliance, or they're still questionable?
Through the speaker, many of the ongoing violation notices are still under dispute or have not been rectified.
Under dispute, meaning the jet skis, and that's what the lease was said, you can't do that in 2018. And continue to today. I know there was a question about who you talked to. Councillor Holidays, who did you talk to? I think your correspondence was with the leadership of the club or the executive or whoever was running that club, not the members. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. All of our formal...
So does it surprise you that some of the members might not be aware of all of the violations that were in all of the letters that have been sent for many years to whoever it is that is the leadership of this club?
Through the speaker, no, that does not surprise.
Does not surprise you. So perhaps that information wasn't passed on to the membership, and that was not the city's requirement to pass that on. It's the club's requirement to pass that to the members. Am I correct? Yes?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask now about the land, because this is a question for the TRCA. This is a question, Councillor Ainsley, for the CEO. Stop my time, please, because the CEO is being...
Sir Ainsley, the staff are there to answer questions.
And I am owed some time.
Yeah, I'll give you...
Well, you've let it go. So the question is, who owns this land?
Through the speaker, TRCA is the owner of the land and it's
TRCA,
managed.
oh, no, I just didn't ask who manages it. I asked, who owns this land?
The Toronto Region Conservation
The
Authority.
Toronto Region Conservation Authority. And who is your agent in leasing?
The City of Toronto.
The City of Toronto. But the underlying ownership is the TRCA ownership. And as we heard from the city solicitor, recreation, parks, and conservation are what the city or Metro Toronto mandated the city to do, but everything else is under TRCA. Do I have that right?
Through the chair, the ownership is TRCA. You have that right, absolutely.
But the ownership, the activities on there outside of those three things, Madam Solicitor, would fall to the TRCA to say yes, no, don't, please.
And in addition, any lease requires written consent from the TRCA.
So the lease, you'd have written consent, but jet skis, dragon boat, float homes, those are things that you are aware of because you're the landowner. I mean, if I own a house and I've given it to a leasing agent, I certainly want to know what somebody's doing with my home. Have you been aware of these violations for a number of years?
Through the chair, I have at almost every
Has
event.
TRCA been aware?
I have been made
Yeah.
aware by people that there are violations.
Have you,
yes.
people or who's made you aware? Have you been copied on anything?
Citizens that show up at events and also on correspondence that I'm copied on.
Correspondence that your formal correspondence you've been copied on that was sent to the leadership of the club, that was not circulated to the members of the club, and I feel badly for them, but as the legal owner of that land, do you think all of the violations that have now surfaced are ones that would require the lease to be not renewed? Yes or no?
Yes, I support the decision of staff not to renew this
But
lease.
it's more than a staff, you're the landowner. Are those things that should happen on those lands, TRCA lands?
In my
It's your last
opinion,
question.
through my opinion, no, and
They
I
should
would
not.
advise the board of TRCA accordingly. Thank you.
They should not have happened there, and it's not just, anyway, I'll speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Through you, hello there. Very simple questions, sort of help me understand. Who would actually, and I know they've been going back and forth, but I'm still unclear. Who makes the decision to renew or not? Would it be the TRCA that then advises Parks, or does Parks makes the decision, Parks or Kramer, whoever the heck it is?
Parks makes the decision, but requires the written support of TRCA.
Okay, that's very helpful. Okay, so then I only have one more question. Norm, can you speak louder? I was just trying to calm it down a little bit. But if you do not, I think this is not to TRCA for sure. If you're normally going to, or decide not to renew a lease, is the normal procedure to let the lessee know?
Through the speaker, by definition, a tenant knows the lease is coming to an end at the end of the term. If there was interest in renewal, that conversation would occur naturally, either on the request of a tenant or on the request of a landlord. I would also reiterate it is very important to acknowledge lease terms and leases as a tool are fundamental to how the city manages its real estate. It means that we have an ongoing opportunity to reassess current uses on our land to reflect new environmental considerations, changes in policies. The 20-year boat club term has been a core characteristic of the boat club portfolio since its inception.
Okay, so the lease is coming up. Normally, the lessee would reach out to renew, yeah?
Through the speaker, that can happen. Through the speaker, that may happen.
Okay, well, how would it normally happen? I'm not trying to, these are not trick questions. I'm really just trying to understand. On all the other cases, how did that happen? Because unfortunately, I'm very confused on this file. So in other renewals, Did we reach out? Did they reach out? Are they just automatic? I'm just trying to understand the process.
So through the speaker, the process in this instance started with a portfolio-wide site review to ensure that the existing uses still aligned with.
So I'm sorry, not to interrupt, only because I have
Yep.
5 minutes. It's just, what is the process if you're going to renew with another club? Let's just say any Club X. What would the process be? Do you reach out? If they don't reach out, does a renewal not happen? That's what I'm just trying to understand if all the proper processes were followed, processes.
Through the speaker, there is no perceived right to renewal. If there is an interest to renewing, that conversation typically happens.
You would initiate it type thing?
It can be initiated by either tenant or landlord.
Hold on for a sec. Excuse me, Mayor's office? I'm just asking questions over here. It'd be helpful if I could hear the answers. Thank you. So normally we would reach out to whoever it is, dialogue, whatever. If we don't reach out, it's kind of like the girlfriend didn't, the date you want to go on, they don't call back or whatever, no one's called. So you pretty much know you're breaking up.
Through the speaker, that may sound correct.
Just experience, right? I'm just trying to bring my own life into it. But,
But that's not the way dating works these days.
well, okay, well, yeah, it's been a while, but okay. So did they reach out to us? That's all, and I think we can sort of wrap it up there. Did they reach out to us, or like, how does this all sort of come to a head?
Through the speaker, I am not aware of any formal requests from the tenant in this instance to renew the lease.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. We'll go to the speakers. Councillor Holiday.
Kurt, if I could have a mic. Members, this is not the best face or best example of government. I spoke passionately about this at the committee because I've been very upset with what I've seen. There's a boat club that's existed for about 70 years, and if you look longer on the history, that site goes back a very, very long time with uses. And lo and behold, these members were suddenly told you can't come back. And that has put them into, some of them into a terrible place, and without any real opportunity to mitigate the issue. And I understand that they weren't spoken to about what was coming up. In fact, when there was a process to go and prepare for the lease renewals, they thought everything was going fine based on their interactions with the city. And all of a sudden, here they are, they're out. And we finally get a report that talks a little bit about some of the issues that have been put out there, frankly, on social media. And I regret that as a member of council, I can't even look at those even closer or test them, or to figure out, you know, if there was something going on the confines of the site, you know, how bad was that? Were they given a chance to mitigate it? And instead, here they are tossed out. And Speaker, if I could just ask that you could keep comments down in the chamber so that I can talk. But this is really serious. You know, the other part of all of this is how difficult it has been.
Okay, just one sec. Can I have quiet, please, in the council chambers? Councillor Mantis, Councillor Cheng, please.
Part of this, Speaker, is how difficult it has been to obtain information as a member of council. I went through question after question of committee. I had a few chances for questions today. I couldn't even get the answer back whose jurisdiction the water is. I think it's federal. Like, I think the federal government controls boats on the water. And it kept leading me back is that there's this push to take boats off of the river. But nobody could explain to me what the problem was with boats. Is it boats or is it jet skis? Is it the private boat launch or is it the public boat launch that's right adjacent to this place? And are there any plans for the public boat launch that's adjacent to this place? I don't know. All I know is that this club is being pushed out. And the other thing that I see that's most concerning is there's a whole bunch of stuff on social media written by different people, and they talk about interactions with the city and with city staff and reports that are coming. and they talk about the idea of a different club going there and a paddle club and so on, and it looks very poor from the outside in. I really regret the way that this process has unfolded. It does not instill people's confidence in government. It doesn't instill people's confidence in government decision-making. And what I did at committee was just try to give this a little bit of a pause. And it actually was Councillor Ainsley's motion, the chair of the committee, to give this club a chance, for this boating season, to see if they can come to terms that is agreeable to everybody, to make any changes that are needed, to deal with things like jet skis that we know are contentious. Because one would think after 70 years, the least that the city could do is see if they could fix the problems, the alleged problems. But we don't even have the information to properly understand what those are. And the icing on all of this is that council's decision has been prejudiced today. Why? Because a public servant a year ago, last spring, made the determination that the lease wasn't going to be renewed. And we find ourselves a year later playing catch up with a decision now before council to affirm that. And all I get is paper-thin reasons or excuses as to why that lease hasn't been renewed a whole year later. And that's not right. This should have been gone through the front door. There should have been some public consultation before the decision was made. There should have been some rationale. There should have been some opportunity for the club to respond, to at least rebut or defend themselves, and they've been given nothing. And so if this is the way that we're going to behave as a city, to rule with a fist, to throw people out at a whim, then that's pathetic. And I think that they've been done wrong on this. And the committee's laid out an opportunity to try to right this, to give a path for everybody. And if it doesn't go well over a year, then everyone can, in good conscience, go a different direction. But I think a motion is coming to pull the rug out from underneath that. And I think that's highly disappointing, and I think that we can do better. And the last thing I would say is, despite whatever council's decision is right now, I don't think that this should be left alone. We have a city's ombudsman, and we have a city manager that a complaint can go to. And I think people should have the right and should exercise their right to ask that this whole process be looked at far closer. Because I think that the citizens of this city...
Councillor Holiday, your time's up. Please, no applause in the council chambers. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you very much. I really have a lot of sympathy for where members of this club find themselves right now, because I'm not sure that all the members are aware of all the violation letters that were sent. That would surprise me that you know about that, because I've looked at them and they're all on the record and they're very detailed about things that would have to stop in order to run the club on this particular piece of land. And if whoever, starting in 2018, and it just seems that that's happened without fully, I don't know when the membership meetings have been, I don't know how that gets conveyed to you, but that's, in my math, that's 8 years of this nature of these violations that were laid out very clearly in the letter from the city who holds the lease to the club in 2018. So I'm really sorry that we're sitting here today with this, because I think that could have been fixed long ago. But however, and for whatever reason, that wasn't done, we're finding ourselves in a very unfortunate situation. There are all of the leases were looked at. I have all kinds of leases. In fact, TRCA has a sailboat lease on the Leslie Spit. It's your own lease. And there's controversy there. They come into compliance all the time. They have to come into compliance. No, you can't drive down that road. No, you can't. You can only go 18 kilometers an hour. They have to do it, and the club understands that. I'm really concerned that for some reason, this club didn't understand that the nature of those violations were putting the very existence of this club into jeopardy. That is very unfortunate because I know how much people love to be on the water. That's why we have so many clubs across the city, all the way from Scarborough, all the way to Etobicoke, and they're all in compliance except this one. So it really is, it's really truly a tragedy. And saying, well, we'll try one more time. It's been 8 years of trying. I do believe, though, that it's a complicated matter because the land is the TRCA's land, but the city holds the lease on behalf of the TRCA, which is charged with all of the matter of maintaining all the floodplain lands, all the ravines, the integrity of all of that. And from what I've heard is that this club is not meeting that standard. And I don't think you're not meeting it because of people here said, we don't want to meet that, forget it, we're going to do. I just don't think you understood or were given the information to the point where that became material in your ability to have a yacht club or a Humber Bay boat club of some kind. I know you're not the RCYC. I know that. The RCYC has a dock in my area and they run people over in their tender. You're not Queen City Yacht Club. You're more like Aquatic Park Sailing Club. But all the compliance issues of all of that, including my Aquatic Park Sailing Club, for that lease, I think it took a long time to go over and renew that lease because they had to come into compliance. And that was many meetings with that club. So unfortunately, we've ended up in this place. I understand who you are. Many of you would be sailing out of the clubs in my ward. But this has gone on for a long time. And I do think that there's people that are in charge that have let you down because they're the ones who've brought us to this brink today. If you didn't know that there was an arm's length of violations that had to be fixed on the lease, that's not Park's fault, that's not TRCA's fault, that's not leasing fault, that's not Councillor Morley's fault, that's not my fault. That is a club communications issue. They are very simple to fix. Stop this on the water. No, you can't rent that. No, you can't have commercial. No, you can't have another dock. You can't do what you want.
5 seconds.
And unfortunately, we're at this brink today.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm going to go last. I did. I'm just waiting for the system to catch up. My system froze. Apologies, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Pasternak, then.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be brief. I was approached by the club, and I did meet with them, and I heard their story. And it's very important to remember that most of these clubs are run by volunteers. They're not paid professionals. They're people who love boating. They're people who love the water. They're people who enjoy our summers. And that's crucial in our city, in a big city, to make sure that people can enjoy the water, people can go to the water, and have an organized programming and organized structure. They have made a number of promises, at least as they've told me, to make sure the public has more access, make sure ski doos are banned, and to make sure that they work on compliance. Now, you could argue that they've had chance after chance, but remember, when it comes to volunteer organizations, it's very hard to get volunteers to have the legal and financial muscle to meet all of the requirements of orders from the city. I think it's time to give this club another chance. They do own the clubhouse, which will make litigation completely complex. TRC lands will go vacant. And people who have enjoyed the water for so many years and their boating for many years will not have a place to go. So I will not support the recommendations before us, the committee recommendations. I believe that this lease should be negotiated under the strictest of terms with compliance of the orders that have been given. And of course, they must adhere to the promises they're making with the community access agreement, banning of ski-doos, and of course, making sure that their environmental regulations are adhered to. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to my colleagues and folks listening in today, I want to thank everyone who's come with great interest on this item, that have been following along online and have been reaching out not just to me, but my council colleagues on this item. I have a motion to move, and I will move that at the top before I provide my remarks. If clerks could help me put it on top. The motion essentially is to delete the recommendation that came forward at general government and to reinstate the original recommendations of staff. I'm happy to read it here. Okay, so it's there. I'll consider it read. We've had to spend a lot of time on this one. I did join my colleagues at General Government Committee on this item so I could ask questions and as well listen in. I also have been down to this site. Last year, June, I did a tour of the site with the then Commodore, along with city staff, along with TRCA. Before I took the opportunity to go down to this club and put eyes on it myself and connect directly with them, I did my due diligence and connected in with staff to understand what the history of this club looked like. I had heard also from residents in my ward via a petition with over 2,600 signatories and individuals who up to this afternoon are continuing to call for the city's recommendations to be supported and for this lease to not be renewed. At that time, when we did a walkabout with the then Commodore, city staff, and colleagues from TRCA, the conversation was exactly what's been asked for. There's a long list of compliance issues here. If you show good faith and demonstrate an ability and a willingness to address these compliance issues, we will open up a further conversation despite the environmental challenges, despite the flood risk and those location issues, the difficulty with enforcement on the river, and the unique nature of this location. That opportunity was granted. So for anybody to sit in front of this council committee or otherwise and say that it wasn't is false information. I have here a file that's quite thick of the history of noncompliance and the nature of the responses from this club to the city, which did not demonstrate a collaborative attitude, did not take any effort to address the concerns that, as we heard from staff today, continue and are ongoing on this site. This is a really important location in Etobicoke Lakeshore. It is the only club of its kind on a river within a flood zone, and a heritage protected river at that. This is not an appropriate location. We've heard about the environmental considerations and our responsibilities as stewards of this land. But we also understand through the supplementary report that staff prepared, and I thank the colleagues around the table who took the time to review it in great detail, as I know Councillor Fletcher did, and got to really have a clear sense about what the relationship unfortunately has been in the last 8 years with this club and the lack of collaborative energy that they've brought forward to the city to demonstrate the ability to create a sustainability plan, to address the conflicts on the water with recreational users and motorized users. Many opportunities were given. And additionally, members started to reach out to my office to understand what was going on because there was not clear communication or information coming from leadership that staff had done their due diligence, provided the information that was not appropriately communicated out to other members of the club, which is the responsibility of those governing and operating this club, which did not take place. So for all of the claims that this has been an unfair process, I dispute that and have been myself engaged and was part of the consultation with staff who made the decision around renewal. We have 24 clubs in good standing in our city, 4 others are in my ward along the waterfront. They are great stewards of the land that they occupy. They work closely with their members on behavior, on compliance, and on being good neighbors. And we're grateful for them. I've been engaged in at the sale paths for many of them, and I look forward to joining them this season as well. When this came up in June, and this was advised to this club, I took it upon myself to connect with the Commodores from those other clubs, to advise them that this was coming down the pipeline and to make space for the members of the Toronto Humber Yacht Club that want to continue to recreate in Etobicoke Lakeshore, and we absolutely want that for them. We want that to happen in a suitable location. We want that to happen in a good way with clubs that are being responsible lessees and partners with the City of Toronto. I see my time is up, and I don't always take all my time, but I do look to my colleagues as good stewards and responsible leaders in this city. We have a clear case before us that is supported by the Council of Commodores as well. They support the staff recommendations as written, and I hope you will support them as well.
Okay, so, pardon? Yeah. Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen, recorded vote. Motion by Councillor Morley, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 19-5.
Is that it? Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Next item, AU 11.4. Councillor Cheng, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Do you have questions to staff?
Yes, I do. I actually...
Okay, well, let's just hold on till we get staff to come. If you have questions to staff, can people please put their names on the list? Councillor Chen, question.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. We always hear from taxpayers how they want to know if their tax dollars are being effectively used. And a report like this highlights that there's something that is not changing. And so the last 5 years, I see here, demonstrating accountability is still a gap, strengthening contractor oversight, and modernizing processes, which, as you know, is always important to me. I'm just wondering, out of this report, is there a plan to have a plan? We don't want to be here in 5 years to say, oh, well, the needle didn't move again. So is there a plan to have some clear KPIs connected to the issues that are highlighted in this report?
Speaker, the short answer is yes, and it actually begins at the end of April. I have an opportunity, as I do twice a year, to be in front of 350 of our most senior leaders in the organization. This is going to be one of the topics that we're going to talk about, and from there, we're going to start to do two things. One is some very specific training and support to help people be able to identify ways that the Auditor General has commented on repeatedly about how we can do better. There's some very good management responses that we need to make sure everybody is complying to, not just those who had the audit done. And then the second piece is that it becomes part of performance and we measure it. So to your point, this is something we've talked about our senior leadership team, and as I say, it starts next month with our entire leadership group.
So moving forward, there will be some kind of evaluation with metrics tied to what has been highlighted here. And will it be a self-evaluation or a third-party evaluation in trying to determine whether or not divisions are demonstrating accountability or strengthening contractor oversight?
So it will be a bit of both. Most of it will be through the rigor and the oversight that happens within the divisions themselves. We have, though, and it's a credit to our Chief Financial Officer, he's been working with internal audit, and we're using internal audit in new ways these days. And we also believe there's an opportunity for internal audit to also provide some, a little external work within this as well. And then, as always, I expect these are areas, and not, because I think we're going to fail, but I expect these will be areas where the Auditor General will continue to look at, and I mean nothing other than I expect it will be. So I think we'll also get those external reviews as well. So it will be a combination of it. The best thing we can do, though, is train well, manage well, have this as somebody's individual performance as well as their group's performance, and continue to report out and get better.
Is there a way that this kind of new program that we're kind of launching in April, that there would be a report back in a future year to see how it's going, so that we're not just surprised or not surprised in a 5-year check-in?
So I'd be happy to do that. It might be worth, considering that, in the new term of council at the audit committee, for instance, to have a bit of a chance for us to present how this program is coming together, and happy to do that.
Great. And my other question is, in the budget process, we often, we get a very high level in terms of how budgets are allocated, and it doesn't get down to the program level. And that always made me wonder, why do we not have program evaluations in the budget process, so that when we're allocating big amounts of money, that we can see what is the effectiveness of that program? Is that something that we could consider in the next budget cycle, that there would be program evaluations and allocations so that we have a better idea in terms of how we're doing in achieving program objectives?
To the Speaker, so I'm happy to follow up with you on this further. We do have budget notes for each city program and agency. Within those budget notes, we get into details on the operating budget. We include some of the performance standards. We'll speak about every capital project that's in the budget. So I'm happy to have some further conversations with you around how we can expand that to be able to ensure we're providing the information you're looking to see.
I think the challenge is, some of this is not necessarily a simple metric, because we're talking about meeting program objectives. So,
Councillor Cheng, last question.
Yes, it would be much more than a number. So is there a way to have a more fulsome way to capture program evaluation?
Okay, thank you. I would suggest you come to one of the audit committee meetings. Do you want to answer that question?
Happy to take that under advisement as we prepare materials for next year.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions on this item? Councillor Cheng, you're just going to release it on the item? Carried. I apologize to staff that you had to sit here all day. It's unfortunate. Councillor Fletcher, your item is next. Audit pay duty officers. Okay, do you have a question?
No, oh, there's somebody on there now.
No, that was the last one.
Okay. I was just working out with clerks the ones that I've sent in for quick release, and that was one of them. But I just have a motion to move, and that's it, which I believe they have.
Give us a second,
Sure.
Councillor.
I can.
Yeah, because we paid, we already, the other item we already moved. Okay, so we're on this one. Okay, so, okay, go ahead, Councillor Fletcher. So you sent something to the
Yeah,
clerk?
The clerks do have just a very simple motion that I can move
Okay,
quickly.
so the clerk can put it on the screen, Councillor Fletcher's motion on this, AU 11.7.
I'll just start speaking about it quickly as they're getting ready to put that up, and it really is paid duty officers.
There it is.
And there's always a sheet that goes along that gives instruction to the paid duty officers as to what they're supposed to be doing on that site. I know that from some TTC construction where I did ask to see them. So I think it's helpful. We get, here's the signage, here's the this, here's the that, here's the paid duty officers. But what are their instructions? Are they looking after pedestrians? Are they doing all these different things? And I think it's easy to just attach that to the information that we get for all major construction that requires road closures, paid duty officers. We all know what that's like in our wards. So that's it, Speaker. That's the one motion that I have. Thank you.
Okay, on Councillor Fletcher's amendment on AU 11.7, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. The next item is yours as well. General Government, Councillor Fletcher, GG 27.7. Pardon?
Councillor Thompson and I were kind of jointly holding that, and I was, CFO explained that the contract that we were interested in has already been approved.
Is Councillor Thompson?
But I'm not sure that, let's just hold that till we make sure that that's all.
Okay.
Good.
Councillor Perks, you're the next one. GG. GG 27.7. Okay, just one sec. Yeah, we're standing down 7, and GG 2713. Councillor Perks.
Yes, I have a motion on this item.
Okay, so we can put the motion on the screen.
Okay, so this is an amendment, a small amendment to the motion moved at committee. In section 1 of that, what I'm doing is replacing the words prior to any renewals and instead putting in part of the next report on the High Park movement strategy. Very simply put, Councillor Holyday and others on the committee had some questions and concerns about the future operation of the amusement train in the park.
I haven't approved that one yet.
Put a motion in saying that, let's not just keep endlessly renewing this contract. Let's get some resolution to it. But what I've recommended and city staff support is in 2027, next year, there's a report due on the next phase of the High Park movement strategy anyway, and that the proposals staff make at that time are related to how the train should operate, so bringing an integrated report that has both pieces of information is preferred.
Oh, Councillor Holyday, you have a question to the mover?
I do, and the button doesn't work right now, and I think it's a friendly question. To Councillor Perks, the original intent of the motion that was moved at committee was to ensure that these matters were discussed prior to any contract renewal. In other words, extending the amusement longer. Do you believe that your motion remains aligned with that and that these matters would be discussed before the contract expires in 2 years and gets re-renewed, if it gets re-renewed?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay. On Councillor Perks' amendment, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. And I understand GG 27.7, Councillor Thompson is okay with it. And Councillor Fletcher, did you want to?
Yes, just release it. That's
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
So on GG 27.7, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. All right. On favor, carried. Our next item is Infrastructure and Environment Committee. IE 27.7, Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down, the ravine strategy.
I do have a motion that can't seem to find.
Yeah, hold on.
It's okay. Can you wait for a second?
Councillor Fletcher, hold on.
I understand. I know you have a question. You have a good question.
Yeah, so what?
I've just been, yes, I have a motion that I need to find, and we need to get it to the center table because they couldn't find that motion that I had sent earlier. That's all. Did you find it? Oh, they have found it. So that's fine. We can proceed with this item and going to the questions by.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on the ravine strategy? If you can please put your name on the list, please. I don't see anybody's name except for Councillor Holiday. Oh, just a sec. Hold on. Go ahead.
Speaker, so you know, the system is glitchy right now, so it's moving slow. My question, I think they're fairly straightforward. There's a significant number of ravines in Ward 2 Etobicoke Centre, and many of them are parks at the same time. One of the things that is continuously happening in those ravines is replanting, or planting for the first time. To the point that some of the open areas are constantly getting encroached on, and I mean, mowed grass areas. What assurances does council have that there's still going to be program space maintained for recreational things or permitted uses, that sort of stuff? Because I realize the ravine strategy looks to naturalize a lot of the ravines for lots of important reasons. But there has to be some balance with the mix of uses in there, including simply just having space for kids to run around in and kick a ball.
So through the chair, we in Environment, Climate and Forestry work closely with our colleagues in Parks and Recreation to ensure that the work that we're doing related to the naturalization of lands, the programming either through the city or through our partners is well balanced and not in an unintended way taking over space for the other recreational opportunities for Torontonians, which are equally as important.
So one of the other things that I've heard from people and experienced at times is that the ravines have changed and they've sort of grown in a lot. And those are the areas where there's trails. And I mean, there's informal trails, but there's formal trails. And some people have told me that they feel very enclosed, or they feel they're in the woods, or very isolated. And that actually can lead to feelings of being not safe. And whether that's to do with animals or the two-legged kind of animals lurking about. Is there a way that we can balance programming such as trails and areas where people go and enjoy the ravines, because we're in an urban setting, versus growing them in completely and setting back and opening sight lines and light and so on, so that there is some design, I don't know, SEPTED design principles. Would you be amenable to including those in areas where there's programmed human uses in these ravines?
So through the speaker, Councillor Holiday, I think you've noted and reflected well the variety of trails that we have throughout our parks and ravine system. Some of those are paved and actively used for transportation and other purposes. Others are what we might consider natural environment trails or informal trails as well. Likewise, we work with our colleagues in Parks and Recreation to understand the use patterns so that we can manage those appropriately.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, to speak, who wants to speak? Put their name on the list. No, Councillor Fletcher, go ahead, speak.
Gotta be ready.
Yeah, speak. Which?
There's two things here. One is about the Meadow Way, which is a fantastic project that Councillor Ainsley could talk to us about for at least an hour and a half.
All right.
And that
Thank you
is
for the
to,
invitation.
and that is to figure out how to join the ravine loop and all of the different trails with the Meadow Way. So it would be one continuous trail and one of the most exciting places to be in the city. And the other is just part of the loop that we've agreed to work on with Evergreen, because the loop might be worked on by Evergreen, but actually it's all city lands or TRCA lands, but mostly city lands, and all the hub areas are ones that are supposed to be very exciting, and there's going to be activities developed there. And I would not want to see all of those develop without all the hardworking councillors that spend so much time looking after our parks and our ravines. So that is to move councillors into this plan on the loop, because I think that we have been looped out in that way up till now. And we'd like to give it as much support as possible, be able to promote it, and not feel that somebody else has a project on our great ravine lands and at our hubs. So that's, I'll just go back to the Meadow Way, which is, if anybody knows where that is, it is the hydro corridor running throughout Scarborough.
I know the answer to this.
It's fantastic, and we should have a way where we can introduce a connection. So you could basically go around the city without ever having to go on a street or a road. You can go on fantastic trails through our ravines, through our parks, and up to the Meadow Way, and all the way to the Scarborough border. So those are the two motions I'd like to make today with this, and heartily endorse the ravine strategy, thank our staff for that, and say it was so remarkable to see so many people come out and talk about their experiences in working in the ravines and cleaning the ravines, discovering the ravines. A woman said, I used to drive all the way out, 2 hours to the east, and then I discovered I didn't have to do that. I could do that right in the city because we have such fantastic green spaces, which we're noted for. So that's it. Thank you very much, and those two motions to complete this item.
All right, thank you. Seeing no questions, I have next speaker, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion amending the wording as suggested by staff. It's advance circulated.
Can you start the time? Councillor Sachs, this motion is right in front of you.
Yeah, I'm just moving this motion. Staff have requested clarification, adjusting the schedule, and taking the city solicitor off, putting environment, climate, forestry back in, and so on.
Thank you. That's brief and precise. Next speaker, Councillor Bradford.
Turn my mic.
Good.
Go ahead, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Through you. Like everyone here in the chamber, I love our ravines. It's a place my daughters and I often go to hang out, go for walks, play hide and go seek in the forest. And we have one of the largest urban ravine systems of anywhere in the world. 11,000 hectares and 300 kilometers. And I've always thought of them as these green ribbons that sort of traverse across the city. Lots of wildlife in our ravines. And so I think it's really important that we do everything we can as a council to protect these spaces, to maintain them and to invest them and make it easier for Torontonians to enjoy them. And by and large, the Toronto Ravine Strategy has been a major success. And I just want to acknowledge a friend and former colleague of ours, Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey, who is the chair of Infrastructure and Environment and really drove the implementation of this in partnership with staff and community advocates. Out in Beaches, East York, we've got lots of passionate residents about the ravines who have stepped in and cared for these natural areas. Taylor's Creek, Smalls Creek, Williamson Ravine, Glen Stewart Ravine, all these groups come together, and it's really the best of Toronto when people pitch in and lend a helping hand. And on the city side, we have to live up to our end of the bargain by supporting these partnerships with community groups like the Toronto Nature Stewards and making sure that we are providing adequate funding to work in partnership on the need for change and restoration, cleaning and maintenance. And so I really just wanted to rise and offer some support to Councillor Sack's motion, the work that she did at committee and the amendment that she has in front of us here. And of course, the folks at Friends of Glen Stewart's Ravine in my community who have been advocating for this motion to come forward and do everything we can to prevent encroachment and damage on these really important natural spaces. So I will leave it there at just under 2 minutes and turn it back to you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday. Where are you? Here we go. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I've just put in a very short motion. Hopefully it's made it through. It's one sentence. It's that City Council requests that crime prevention through environmental design principles be incorporated.
Wait, hang on. Sorry, the clerk have not received your motion. Have you sent it in?
I have. I did.
It has not arrived yet. Oh, here it is. Just 1 minute.
It's one sentence. Thank you. It's a broad statement, but I just want to leave a point with this. The city's ravines continue to evolve and will be changed through this strategy. One of the things that we have to always think about, and this is to parks and others that take care of the ravines, crime prevention through environmental design should always be a consideration, and I think that it is. There's a couple of dimensions. That is, ensuring there's the right balance in how the ravines take shape, especially around places where human beings are, around trails, around social gathering places, to make sure that people still feel safe. And whether that has to do with encountering other people or encountering animals, we just want to make sure that the ravines maintain the utility. There's a second dimension to it. If you speak to the Toronto Police, and you speak to anyone that's experienced this, those people that live with their properties abutting ravines sometimes see the ravines as a place used by criminals to do break-ins. And I don't know that there's a magic solution to this, but I think that the city should think about it and be conscious that that is happening. And to the extent that we can help shape the environment there to help lower crime as it relates to people breaking into homes and using the ravines as an escape route, I think that we should think about that. So the motion is very high level, but it just puts another checkbox on the to-do list for people to think about it as they plan work and activities in the ravine system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Next speaker, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Chair, I'm very happy to support the ravine strategy. As Councillor Fletcher alluded to a moment ago, I'm the past chair of the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority, the current vice chair. I'm happily live on the south bank of the Highland Creek ravine system, where every day I've seen coyotes, deer, foxes, you name it, in that ravine from the back deck of my house. Walking through our ravine system, you know, often I get comments from people that go through the ravine system. They don't even know they're in the middle of the largest city in Canada. It's so beautiful, so natural. As Councillor Fletcher also alluded to a couple of minutes ago, I'm very supportive of her motion around the loop and connecting it to the Meadowway. It's a project the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority has been working on for a number of years, naturalizing the Gatineau Hydro Corridor. And we've done that with the support of the Weston Family Foundation. This is a 16-kilometer trail that's currently from the east end of Scarborough that's going to go all the way down to the Don Valley Parkway. So connecting it into the loop, as Councillor Fletcher mentioned, is very appropriate. It'd be great to have a loop right around the city so that more people can appreciate, use our ravine system in Toronto. So I'm very happy to support this. I hope everybody will support it as well, and looking forward to the continued work on our ravine system. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. This is the first time I've spoken today, but I did not realize that I was the last person to speak, so I have a quick amendment to Councillor Holliday's motion, but it's not written yet. And it is simply, Councillor Holliday is moving that crime prevention through design principles be incorporated into the ravine strategy implementation. I'd like to amend that be considered for ravine strategy implementation, because we don't really know what the literal impacts of proceeding to incorporate them would be. So if it's to be considered, I'm in. If it's not to be considered, but go ahead and implement, can't do it. If it's a friendly amendment, then it is friendly, so if that can help with clerks. Yeah. Be considered for incorporation in the ravine strategy? Yeah, because I simply don't know what the impacts of that are. I really don't.
So to be, instead of incorporated
into the ravine strategy, be considered for incorporation into the ravine strategy.
Is that okay?
I'm fine. Hey, the mover is fine.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, so let's put the motions on the screen and we can vote. Okay. Can Okay, can we ring the bells? We're ready to vote. If I can have members of council come to their seats. Okay, the first motion. Okay, the first motion is by Councillor Sachs. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Next motion. Motion by Councillor Fletcher, on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Holiday's motion, revised. Okay, there it is. It's been revised. On favor, carried. And that's it. Item is amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Crisanti. And Councillor Cole, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The item as amended carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Next item is Councillor Pasternak, IE 27.9, IE 27.8, tree bylaw review. Are there questions to staff? Okay, questions to staff. If you have questions, if you can please put your name on the list.
So I want to focus.
Hold on, put your name on the list first. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Pasternak.
I'd just like to focus on the aspects of the report that refer to reducing the diameter range of trees for removal from 30 centimeters to 20 centimeters. Now, what does this mean for those trees that are under 20 centimeters or under 30 centimeters currently? Can they cut them down as they see fit, as long as it complies with the diameter? Do they still need a permit? What are the current rules for that?
So through the Speaker, the current rules of the private tree bylaw is that any tree 30 centimeters and above are protected by the bylaw and are hence regulated for tree removal, tree injury, and compensation is required. Anything lower than 30 currently is not protected by the private tree bylaw.
So homeowners can can cut down trees under 30 centimeters currently?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
So your plan is to regulate it to such that anything over 20 centimeters could not be cut down by a homeowner. It would have to be brought to appeal.
So through the Speaker, just to clarify, the changes and recommendations in the report are related to lowering the private tree size threshold to 20 centimeters, meaning trees of that size and above would be regulated and would be subject to permit applications.
Right. Now, one of the first steps is for a homeowner to call the city and a Toronto forestry employee or arborist comes out to visit the site.
So currently, if someone is interested in removing or injuring a tree on their property, the first step is interacting with urban forestry to submit a permit application, which has various information that our team would require to review and consider that request.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I get calls from constituents that the wait time currently at 30 centimeters is 6 to 8 weeks. Does that sound about right?
So our service standard through the Speaker for a private tree application is roughly 10 to 15 days.
You visit a site 10 to 15 days after the request has come in for a Toronto forestry representative to come to the site.
So through the Speaker, the service standard is related to the first initial review of a permit application, which may or may not require a site visit, but that is our service standard for permit review.
So when I'm getting calls of people complaining that they've waited 6 to 8 weeks, are they misunderstanding what you've told them, or?
So through the Speaker, in general, if there is a longer wait, there may be, it might be a result of incomplete applications, more information that's required by the urban forestry team. There could be some an iterative process which may take longer.
Okay, so the final word on tree removals that are not supported by staff come to Community Council. Has staff done any calculation on what the volume would increase if we go from 30 centimeters to 20 centimeters? In other words, if we put the onus on thousands, tens of thousands of more homeowners to work through the appeal process to come to Community Council?
So through the Speaker, we're estimating, should Council be interested in lowering this tree threshold, we would experience about a 50% increase in applications. Looking at trend analysis, in terms of denials of applications, it's roughly 10%, and about 1% to 2% of those are appealed by the applicant, and then those go to Community Council for final decision.
Are there any recommendations in this report for the changing of fees to homeowners? Or
through the Speaker, there's one recommendation in this report which is looking at introducing fees for ravine and natural feature protection applications, which we currently do not have, but we are not looking at changing fees at this time for the private tree bylaw.
And finally, what would be your estimate of change in wait time if we go from 30 centimeters to 20?
Thank you for that question through the Speaker. That is why the report asks Council to direct staff to go back to do that analysis so we can come back with more information and Council can make a decision with more fulsome context.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next questioner is Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My first question is about the change in diameter of tree. Do we have a sense of how many trees will now be captured by the change in diameter?
So very high, through the Speaker, very high level analysis has showed it's a potential for about 300,000 more trees to be protected should the private tree size threshold be lowered to 20.
Those are private trees. How many trees are there that are captured by the bylaw generally in the city? I know these are very rough numbers.
Nick? Through the Speaker, I don't have that handy right now, Councillor, but we'll see if we can get that for you.
Okay, so that would be anything that's above 30 centimeters.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know offhand how many private trees there are in total in Toronto?
Yes, through the Speaker, City of Toronto has an estimated 11.5 million trees in total, and 55% of those are on private property.
Okay. Another part of this report talks about, I'm going to use the word grant, but there's a financial incentive. Yeah, it is a grant. It's a grant program. Can you just elaborate on who's getting grants and for what?
Sure. So through the Speaker, the proposal in the report is looking at introducing a distinctive tree maintenance program on private property. This will be in addition to the very robust tree planting and stewardship grant and incentives program that we currently run. In summary, the program is looking to support homeowners with up to a 50% subsidy for the costs of tree maintenance on private property for distinctive trees, which we are looking to define as healthy and 61 centimeters in diameter and above. The recommendation asks us to go away and finalize the program and to pilot it beginning 2026 and to come back in 2027 with initial findings.
How many distinctive trees do you think there will be in the city?
According to the 2018 tree canopy study, 2% of Toronto's urban forest is in the size class of 61 centimeters at diameter and above.
So what does that mean? 2% of 11.5
2% of
million?
11.5 million.
So that's a couple 100,000 at least.
That's across the city on both private and public.
Do we know how many would fall into then the program? We must.
For this, I'm sorry, through the speaker, for the subsidy program?
For the subsidy program, if it's rolled out, we don't know that?
Thank you for clarifying. Through the speaker, we are interested in what the interest and uptake would be for the program, so we don't have estimates at the moment on who would be interested in applying.
Okay,
for that.
well, let's assume everybody does. Do we have any idea of what our exposure is on this?
Say that again, sorry. So through the speaker, again, I think the stats we could work with are 2% of the total tree population, and narrowed down to those on private property. And again, I'm not sure I can answer any more specifically until we get a sense of the uptake.
222,000. Okay, so what can a homeowner obtain? You said it was 50% of cost, but is there a limit on that? What's the dollars? What does it mean to me?
Through the speaker, I think this is the work we would do through the pilot. Like other programs, we might define a cap in terms of the amount of funding that would be available, how we would accept applications. So it's not necessarily as of right program, like many city programs where you apply and you get a support for distinctive tree protection. We'd be doing that work to find out what is that right size, what type of trees, what instances that we could be doing that support for homeowners.
Well, okay, so let's put this in practical terms. I get someone out, if I had a big tree to do some pruning, I might do that every 10 years. That cost me a couple $1,000. How much of that couple $1,000 would I expect to get? Do I get like a check for $50, or are we talking half of that couple $1,000? Like, there must be some sense of what we're trying to do here.
So I think as it relates to the kind of the work that we're doing, potential for the development of a pilot, we're looking at something of up to $1,500. But again, would that be available for everyone as of right? Is it an application process? Do we have some limitations around that? That's the program design we would be developing coming out of direction today.
Okay, thank you. I might try another question.
Are you asking me a question now? Oh, no? Time's up. Oh, look, I was trying to be nice to you, and I got caught, Councillor Holiday. Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
Can I have my mic? Thank you. So just to staff, it's understood that larger trees provide more significant ecological benefits than younger trees. They're larger, they provide more shade, have greater capacity for carbon sequestration, et cetera. But in a city with limited space, we know there will always be turnover in our tree canopy. And in fact, we see some of our older trees starting to disappear. I think of the Norway maples in some of the older neighborhoods, for example. Is there an associated risk for our ability to replace older trees generationally as they die if we don't protect these sort of younger growing trees?
So through the speaker, yes, an urban forest is a dynamic system, and through our canopy studies, we do monitor different size class to understand those dynamics and where younger trees should be growing to replace older trees as they mature and die either through natural or human causes.
Okay, thank you. And according to the city's last tree canopy study from 2018, the majority of high-quality planting sites across Toronto were found on private lands. That same report found that the proportion of public trees increased while private trees decreased. Has that trend changed since our last review? And would it be fair to say that this trend suggests that preservation of trees on private property has become a key element in our overall tree canopy and climate targets?
So through the Speaker, you're correct. The 2018 tree canopy study showed an increase in planting need for public space. At the same time, it noticed a decrease in permeable planting space. We don't have trend analysis now, but we are gearing up for our 2028 tree canopy study. We undertake these very large, complex, and robust studies every 10 years. But what we do know now is that I think we could say informally that that trend is continuing, and another reason why we put funding and resources into our grants and incentives program, where we help homeowners and community groups with planting and stewardship on private land.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. It seems that there is precedent from other jurisdictions in the region for bylaw protection of trees lower than 30 centimeters, in some cases even under 20 centimeters. What rationale have we seen from other municipalities for this shift to lower diameter thresholds for bylaw protection? And can you speak a little bit about how you came to this decision?
Sure. So through the Speaker, you're absolutely right. Each municipality should prepare and implement their own strategic forest management plan, which is relative to the natural resources that they have within their jurisdictions. When we set out to do this work, and of course, as we're council directed to consider lowering the private tree size threshold, we looked to some of our GTA neighbours. Some examples, Richmond Hill is 15 centimetres, Burlington is 20 centimetres, Newmarket, Vaughan are 20 centimetres as well. What we considered for unique to Toronto and unique to our own forest management plan, our own council-directed canopy targets, and the natural resource assets that we have, we came to 20 centimetres as an example of what would be beneficial to reach our targets, and certainly representative of the data that we have through our tree canopy studies.
Okay, thank you. So we are in line with what our neighbours are doing in other regional municipalities, and in fact, in some cases, some of them are lower.
At the current time, we have a higher threshold than many of our GTA neighbours, and the report before Council for consideration is to endorse a lowering in principle and direct us for more information.
Seems we're in good company. Thank you.
Speakers, let's go to the speakers list. Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief. I will not be supporting the recommendations 1 and 2. I would ask that we do separate recorded votes on them. If this goes through, we will completely be overwhelmed at Community Council. We spend a great proportion of our current agenda on tree applications. Based on the staff numbers that they've just given us, there's about 75,000 private trees per community council. Even if we have a small percentage of those appealing to us, we will be completely overwhelmed. At the same time, this takes away the rights of private property, people to do renovations, do expansions, do multiplexes, do garden suites, expand their driveway. It'll be extremely difficult for about 300,000 more homes to do that work and those renovations if we go down from 30 centimeters to 20 centimeters. So for those reasons and more, I think I don't know about 10 to 15 days to visit a site. I mean, we get calls about weeks before a City of Toronto arborist or forestry representative can come to a private home and inspect a tree and write a report or make a decision on whether the tree deserves to be taken down through some kind of danger or illness, or whether and write that report for Community Council. Clearly, a review of the fees is necessary, but I assume that'll be incorporated into their work. And on that basis, I urge Council not to support going down from 30 centimeters to 20. It'll hurt our work at Community Council. It'll hurt the rights of private homeowners. It'll hurt our economy because many of the people working in the forestry industry in the private sector will lose their jobs. And of course, it'll hurt the ability of homeowners to renovate, to build multiplexes, garden suites, expanded driveways, and other improvements to their home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Anyway.
Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I'm rising to support the staff report. This report is a result of an enormous amount of work that's been done over many years. We know that the summers in this city are hot and getting much, much hotter. They're getting dangerously hot. We already had a recognition by our Environment, Climate and Forestry branch working with Toronto Public Health that the biggest, most lethal risk to the population of the Toronto of climate breakdown is heat. And the most effective response to heat is trees. We've got a council-approved policy to try to get to 40% forest cover again by 2050, and trees don't grow overnight. They need time to grow, and we cannot achieve that canopy unless we protect the smaller trees. And that particularly includes the trees on private property, which is where almost all of the trees are. So if we care about public physical and mental health, which I do, we know trees are important for that. Lots of research shows that being able to see trees, to walk around trees, is a major factor in improving people's physical and mental health. We know that it's important for the beauty and livability of the city. We know it's important for property values. We know it's important for equity. There's large areas of the city, including significant parts of my ward, that are tree deficient and need to have this tree cover that we take for granted in some of the other areas like Rosedale. We need it for comfort during extreme heat. We need it just for the pleasure of having birds. And in order to have that, we've got to protect both the grand trees we have now, which don't get sufficient protection, and the little trees, which are tomorrow's big trees. So, top three features here. We have to get council's strong endorsement that we are in favor of protecting the younger, smaller trees, which are tomorrow's canopy, and asking staff to come back to us next year with a detailed implementation report so that there's no point putting them through a whole year's worth of work unless they have our support that we're going to go ahead and do this. Secondly, we need to add more protection to the largest, oldest, healthiest trees. A unique role that the old-growth trees play. We heard so much about this when we were talking about Queen's Park North. How much people love the old trees, how much we need the old trees, and they don't get protection. I spent many months a few years ago trying to protect one of the grand old trees that was on private property, and we couldn't protect it, and it was ruined. We need more protection for these trees, and we have to do everything we can for it. And finally, the largest single complaint we got in this extensive public consultation is that there isn't enough enforcement. And one of the big reasons there isn't enough enforcement is the bylaw, as we have it now, is badly drafted for enforcement. So these amendments will give our staff the opportunity, the tools they need to actually enforce the rules that we have told them to enforce. Please, everybody, support this report.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday to speak. Come on, run.
Apologies, Speaker. The speakers list moved as I was away. Speaker, I don't support this, and there's a couple of reasons why. The first comment I would make, and I'm actually quite concerned, is this notion of a tree grant program. I mean, what citizen doesn't want money from the city to help pay for costs? But there's a few things I heard today that I had not heard before, which was 300,000 trees potentially are eligible. We don't have a sense of what the program is, but it could be thousands of dollars per tree. This is an enormous amount of commitment at this stage, and I'm not comfortable with that at all. But the second piece on this, and this comes from experience doing the work that we do as councillors and dealing with constituents, that have very strong feelings about trees that are on their property. For one reason or another, they might want one to be taken away. And I can tell you, I'm very comfortable saying that we don't live in a city where there's people running around with chainsaws cutting down trees left and right. Generally speaking, citizens in this city value the forest cover of the city, they value trees in their neighborhood, they value trees in their property, and they think real hard before they remove one. But there are times when it becomes a big problem. And it's very challenging, and it's very heartbreaking to see the instances where somebody can't do what it is they dream of on their own land. This motion lowers the bar even further and moves more trees into that. And I'll put it into a different perspective. There are 300,000 trees that are out there today that are under the exclusive control of their owners. As this system that's proposed here progresses, those owners will lose control of those 300,000 trees, and they will become part of the social enterprise. They lose the right of that, of removing those trees or dealing with them as they see fit as their own as owners. Members, I would say that this particular item is perhaps the largest and most profound thing that we're dealing with today. We talk about important stuff at council all the time, including developments, including changes to our city. But on this particular council meeting, this is absolutely enormous. This touches 300,000 trees, and a subset of those are going to be multiple tens, if not hundreds of thousands of homes. I don't know how many people know about that. They're sure going to hear about this. But there's one last piece on this, and this is the caution I've got. When you move aggressively like this, some of the reaction ultimately is going to be, you know what? Now's the time to cut that tree down because I fear the government is going to grab control of it, and that is it. And there's a little bit of a lesson already out there that with Toronto's, what people feel are harsh tree laws, people don't plant trees on private property, or they think twice when they buy a home because of the liability that trees bring because they've lost control over them. And so be very careful about what you wish for. Be very careful what we do as a government. Be very careful about how far we reach into people's private lives. I understand all the laudable goals about protecting tree canopy, about wanting coverage, about wanting the value that plants bring us in so many different ways. But if you get into the business of regulating them more and more, there can be unintended consequences, and we will lose some because of it. And I'm not convinced that we had a problem to start with. So, Speaker, this is a no for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'll try to be brief. I am standing today and rising in support of the recommendations before us and acknowledging the great work that has happened at Infrastructure and Environment Committee, along with the staff from the Forestry Department. I agree with my colleague, Councillor Holyday, that this is probably one of the largest things that we're dealing with today, because when we talk about the trees, this is an existential issue. Nothing happens. You can't own a home. You can't do any of the things if we don't have an environment, a natural environment that supports us being part of it. We know that our city is continuing to grow. We are under incredible growth pressures, and communities like ours in Etobicoke, which have historically been known and characterized by the trees and the really healthy, lush tree canopies that we all love about our neighborhood, are continuing to be more and more compromised as we receive and absorb growth pressures in our ward. We are also on a flight path, which we've talked extensively about in this council chamber in this current session. And we have ongoing issues around major weather events, forest fires, and other things that are compromising the quality of the air that ultimately supports our health, vitality, and ability to live on this planet. So when we talk about measures as a local government that we are able to take to strengthen our ability to survive in this city and in our communities and live in a good way while heat events are on the rise, while we need shade, we need cooling, we need clean air. We don't have any tools to clean the air. The trees are the tools. So we need to protect our trees. We need to follow good advice from staff. And frankly, this is actually overdue. This work was meant to come back, an opportunity for council a number of years ago, I believe 21 or 22. And here we are in 26, still having a conversation about how we can do better along with other jurisdictions in our area. So my residents, and specifically shout out to the Long Branch Neighborhood Association, who are incredible stewards of the trees. They do an annual event called Tree Fest. They give out free trees, they survey the trees, they monitor the trees, and they're really, really important allies and advocates when it comes to the work that's happening at City Hall, including the diameter changes here before us. So I look forward to supporting this. I hope my council colleagues will also support. We are a city within a park. We do a land acknowledgement before every meeting, and we need to continue to steward this land and the natural environment in a good way. This report allows us to do that. Thank you very much.
For being brief, Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Thank you. I first want to thank staff for their incredible work on this most important issue. Toronto's tree canopy is truly one of our greatest assets, beautifying our neighborhoods and making them more livable and contributing to healthy ecosystems. The value of our tree canopy is not just aesthetic or sentimental. There's also an affordability aspect to this. The ecosystem services provided by our trees, things like carbon storage, energy savings, pollution removal, avoided runoff, this is valued at roughly $55 million a year. Every day across the city, we see pressure put on our tree canopy. With competing demands on the limited space available in our city, trees are too often discounted as having lower value than other potential uses for space. If this is the calculation we make on every site throughout the city, we run a very real risk of compromising the integrity of our tree canopy. In addition to the expanded protections provided to trees, this report also provides grounds for enhanced enforcement for bylaw violations. This is a critical piece, and I am so grateful to staff on this. Our protections are only as strong as the enforcement that backs them up. I won't go into detail about all of the updates because there are many in this report, but given our recent challenges in Don Valley West and across the city, with a certain developer blatantly disregarding our bylaws, with trees being removed in the middle of the night or behind fences on neighboring properties, enhanced enforcement is a welcome change. I also want to thank all of the residents of Don Valley West, including the Hogs Hollow Tree Watch, who have reached out to my office and engaged with staff on the issues addressed in this report. It is encouraging to see so many of the issues experienced in my ward alone addressed through the recommendations of this report. The efforts of residents to bring these concerns to light have made this possible, and I am grateful for that partnership between staff, our community, and the ideas they bring forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Councillor Pasternak, you've asked for a separate vote on 1 and 2, correct? Correct, Councillor Pasternak?
Yes.
Okay, so we're voting on 1 and 2 first. Councillor Pasternak, you want a recorded vote? Yeah, okay. Yeah, 1 and 2. We'll vote on 1 and 2 in one vote.
Mayor Chow and Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti, your vote, please. Councillor Crisanti, your vote verbally, please. In the negative, thank you. And Councillor Cole, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Parts 1 and 2 of the item carry. The vote is 18-6.
Okay, the balance of the item recorded? Okay.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Crisanti, please.
After this, we will.
Councillor Cole, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Thank you. The balance of the item carries. The vote is 21-3.
Okay. Point of order, Councillor.
Yeah, it's 5:30. I'm going to move a break, dinner break at, pardon me, are we done?
Yeah.
There's a motion in front of you that I'm going to, we'll take a break at 6, come back at 6:30 and finish the balance of the 28 items.
But haven't we received them all yet?
25 items.
On favor, carried.
Quick releases.
Jean? Okay, so we do have some members' motion that we want to add that I agree to, but. You said no more. No, I said the ones that have been sent in, we'll do those. Now I'm cutting it off. No more after this. All right? Pardon? Councillor Moyes. Oh, Morley. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I do have an urgent motion related to an ongoing revetment piece of work. There's time sensitivities due to construction and permissions from other groups, and so just looking to introduce that.
On favor, carried. Deputy Mayor Malik. And the only reason that we said these ones because they were already submitted in. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I have a motion to allow and enable the agreements around our hosting of the FIFA World Cup to continue to move forward, and the urgency is that we are hosting the FIFA World Cup.
Okay, on favor?
Thank
carried.
you.
Okay, next one. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I'm moving the review of the applicability of Type G loading to address specialized housing types. The motion is urgent as staff work on the item is currently underway, and this additional direction is necessary to ensure specialized housing types are addressed in this work.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. This is just a motion to stand in solidarity with Iranian Canadians in light of what happened today. This would, I think, just be a balm to declare Persian Heritage Month, as Ontario has already done.
Okay, thank you. On favor? Carried. Recorded vote? Okay. Recorded vote to introduce it.
Councillor Cole, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The motion to introduce the motion without notice carries. The vote is 21-4.
Okay, we'll do quick releases now. Put your name on the screen. Okay, quick releases. Okay, hold on. Councillor Sachs' name up. Put your name up, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Sachs, quick release.
Yes, please. MM 39.6. Section 37 funds for the TGC.
Okay, hold on. $39.6. Councillor Sachs is releasing. On favor? Carried.
37 money for the TTC. Benches.
Councillor Fletcher.
Okay, thank you. TE 29.14, whatever that is. Oh. Oh, yes, it is.
T29.
402-440, Unwin Avenue, Official Plan Amendment, Appeal Report. I have one motion to go with that, please.
Okay, hold on. Can we put the motion on the screen?
Let's be quick releases.
T2914. Okay, it's 2914.
Thank you. Have a little motion there. Thank you.
Okay, the amendments on the screen. T2914, 402 and 440 Unwin Avenue. The amendments on the screen. On favor, opposed if any, carried.
And then move the recommendation.
And count. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Thank you. Item 29.44, Jones Avenue. It is Jones Avenue, parking amendments, Ward 14.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much to Mr. Curtis for assisting.
And you're releasing that?
Pardon me. I have a motion. No, I have a motion.
Oh, can we put the motion on the screen? There it is.
There it is.
Councillor Fletcher's amendment on 2944. On favor of the amendment, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
And then just for item 29.11, I was holding that. I didn't believe that it was dispensed with, and I don't see it on the holds, so I'm just flagging that for clerks. Just
it's here with that. 2911 is here without a recommendation.
It's not on the list of remaining items.
Oh, it is on mine. Okay.
Is it? Wasn't on mine?
It's on mine. It's here without a recommendation.
Right. Is it on your digital list or your handwritten list?
It's my paper list.
Okay, it's my digital didn't have it. That's why I'm raising that. Thank you.
So what are you moving?
I'm just making sure it's there on the digital list. Okay?
But do you want to release it?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't there. Now there it is. Okay.
It's there.
Come back. Something's come back. That's all items remaining. Okay, fine. Thank you. DM 39.1, which was on all of the, I forget what it's called, the compensation package. I deferred that earlier But what I'd ask council to do is reopen that so I can refer it to the city manager to do the proper work, and then it would come back in a more refined manner.
Okay, that was the one that we dealt with yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, motion to reopen?
Yeah.
On favor? Okay,
And then put the new motion. The new motion is to refer it to the city manager.
to refer to the city manager.
I believe you have a motion there. I don't know what's wrong. I've sent a lot of motions today. I think you're getting them, Councillor Perks. Do you have them?
Okay, if you can just hold that down for just for 1 minute, they can get it. Is there anything else?
Not just yet, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Very much. I would like to release PH 28.1, 150 Queens Wharf Road, Toronto Build Zone
hold
Bylaw
on.
Amendment.
Let me find it. PH 28, 150 Queens Wharf
Yep.
Road. Okay, you're releasing that?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, on favor, carried. That was PH 28.1.
Thank you.
150 Queens Wharf Road. Is that it? Okay. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release with some minor amendments cleared with staff and the Chair of Planning and Housing, MM 3913, improving...
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it.
39.1.
Improving design quality in neighborhood, MMI 39.13.
Yes, there are some minor amendments to the original motion, if they can go on the screen, and I can release it.
Okay, well, let me just put the minor amendments on the screen. Okay, the minor amendments are on the screen by Councillor Pasternak. Okay. On favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Any more, Councillor Pasternak? No?
Yeah, Councillor Cole, I have a release.
Oh, okay, hold on, Councillor Cole. I'm going to Councillor Perks first. Councillor Perks?
That's awful. True.
Speaker, after consulting with my colleagues, I believe I can now release PH 28.7, advancing partnerships with the community housing sector to build more affordable and supportive homes.
Okay, Councillor Perks is releasing PH 28.7. On favor, carried.
With thanks to Councillor Holiday.
Okay, anything else? No?
I'm trying, but that's all I can do for now.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to deal with MM 39.35, One Country, One Flag.
Okay, hold on, let me find it first. MM
39.35.
Okay.
One Country, One Flag celebrating.
Just let me find it on my sheet.
Oh, okay, I was just reading it out until
Okay.
I found it.
MM 3935, yes?
Yeah, it's a motion by Councillor Burnside, seconded by myself.
Okay.
I have a quick motion, and I know that Councillor Pasternak also has a motion, and I'd like to maybe just move my motion. We can vote on that, and if... Well, I haven't moved the motion. What question do you have? Is it quick then? I mean... Oh, okay, so then I'll continue holding it. I mean, you've had all day to ask me questions. You've spoken to me a million times.
Please ask your question.
I don't know what else you need.
Councillor Mantis, unless you want to come back tomorrow. Councillor
Okay,
Burnside.
Councillor Cole, I have a quick release.
CC 39.1.
Hold on, Councillor Peruzza. We're going down the list here. If you want to release something, I'll get
I think
to
it's
you.
Councillor Cole, but...
Is that Councillor Cole?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been
Councillor
trying to release
Burnside.
something all afternoon.
Okay, one at a time.
You didn't let him ask his questions. He's still upset about that.
What question?
Never mind.
Don't.
Councillor Burnside.
CC 3910, it's already been circulated. It's I want to move a motion with a confidential attachment.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it. Okay. CC 3910, 895 Lawrence Avenue East, right?
Yeah, so I have the motion with a confidential attachment.
Okay, we'll put it on the screen. There it is on the screen.
Here.
CC 3910, Councillor Burnside is moving the confidential item. On favor? Carried.
And then item is amended, recorded vote.
Item is amended, recorded vote. Okay. Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, Councillor Crisanti, please, and Councillor Sachs, when you're seated, please. Councillor Cole, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The item as amended carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cole.
Aye, vey, finally. I have MM 39.30, tax credit program for vulnerable community institutions. So have a minor amendment to put up the screen, and we can vote on it.
So you're releasing MM 3930?
Yes,
Okay.
but I need a minor amendment up the screen.
Yes, okay, we'll put the amendment on the screen. There it is by Councillor Cole, the amendment. On favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Morley.
Madam Speaker, can I release my item on 53 Lakeshore?
Which
it was just added. I'm not sure if it's...
No, we don't have it yet.
No,
You have to
okay.
wait.
Okay, sorry, never mind.
Councillor Matlow.
Yeah.
Okay, just a second. Councillor Matlow?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I've got a twofer for you. I'm going to start with TE 29.4, 2004 to 2008 Bathurst Street, and I have an amendment on the item.
Okay, we'll put the amendment on the screen. This is T 29.4.
Yes.
There's the amendment by Councillor Matlow. On favor? Carried. And that would be the item because it was here without a recommendation.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay?
And then, excuse me, the next one is 2026.MM 39.65.
Oh, but did you want to do the other one, T 29.5, which is the same address? You held that one down too. It's here without a recommendation.
Oh.
It's the rental housing demolition. It's on the same item that you just released.
So, yeah, you can release that too.
Do you have an amendment for that one?
You know what, let's hold that.
Okay.
Let's hold that for the moment because I just want some clarity on that.
Okay.
And then MM 39.65.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find
with
it.
With an amendment.
Okay, just let me find it. 39.
MM 39.65.
Okay, 55 to 75 Brownlow Avenue.
Yes.
Okay.
And I have an amendment.
You have an amendment, so
Yes,
we'll
ma'am.
put the amendment on the screen. Okay, there it is by Councillor Matlow, MM 3965. The amendment on favor, carried. Item is amended. That's the item? Oh, okay. Okay, That's it. Oh, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, Speaker, I'd like to try this again.
Okay, which?
MM 39.35. My colleague, Councillor Mantis, has indicated that he's satisfied. I have a motion that I'd like to move, and then Councillor Pasternak also has a motion, and
Okay, so what, we'll put Councillor Thompson's
I'm sorry, Councillor Chang, you'd like to what? Okay, so is it short, long, or is it brief? I'm happy to entertain your comments now, if you'd like. Let's get it done, because, yeah. Sure.
Why not?
A small speech. She wants to make some comments. If we could, just let's just do that, so we can get it done.
Councillor Thompson,
Thank you. I'd like to.
move your motion, Okay, Councillor Thompson.
I'm just waiting for the motion to come forward. The motion is here, Speaker. I'm deleting recommendations 2 and 3 and adding the following one, which is here, which is essentially creating an effective day with respect to December 1st, 2026.
Okay? Yeah, and then Councillor Pasternak, you have an amendment?
Yes, I have an amendment that we honor only those current flag raisings currently booked, and then the flag raising program ends.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Chang, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I really struggle with this decision because we live in the most diverse city in the world, and they're going to look at all the cities around us that raise flags. And when I go to flag raisings, I see what it means to people, because some of those people can't even go back to the countries that they came from. And so raising that flag has a meaning for them. And, you know, just like families, relationships are hard, diversity is hard. And just because something is hard doesn't mean we should shy away from it. In fact, we should embrace the difficulties, because that's how we build trust and relationships. So I understand this is much easier to just cancel it all, and I understand why we want to do this, because there are safety implications and costs with policing. But I do feel we are taking away one of the colors of how we make this city beautiful in terms of the diversity and the tapestries that we weave together. So I'm grateful for the amendments that will allow for some more voices to be represented, but I do not support taking away all flags from the City of Toronto. People will really struggle when they look at Vaughan, Richmond Hill, Brampton, and all of those councillors being able to raise flags in support of their local communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's vote. We vote on Councillor Thompson. Councillor Mantis, brief.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm echoing the notion of Councillor Chang, and I'm also going to add that it's not the way that these amendments are coming forward. We're basically penalizing 160 countries that we recognize in our city for a few groups. So I'm against the way that we're going about this. I think there should be consultation, and we should be keeping status quo until the report is brought to council from protocol.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's vote. Oh, come on, Councillor Meyer. So this is supposed to be a quick item, Councillor Myers. No, it's not quick. Let's put we're voting on Councillor Thompson's motion. Please, this was a quick item. No, Councillor Myers. Oh, Jesus. God. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say I echo my colleagues, Councillor Mantis and Councillor Chang.
Okay.
I think what we're doing is something that a lot of Torontonians take very personally, as you saw from what happened today. I think we should be consulting the community and our citizens on what they would like their flag policy to be. I've been to many flag raisings at City Hall, in Scarborough Civic Center, and these are all sources of pride in the uniqueness and beauty of our city. And I think that, we're going to be the outlier. Every other city in the GTA raises multiple flags to honor ethnic communities, to honor celebrations, and we're going to say, no, we don't want that. And I wonder why, particularly when we're the most diverse city in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's just vote, please. This was supposed to be a quick item. Recorded vote. Councillor Thompson's motion first.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Cole, your vote, please.
In the negative.
Negative, thank you. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 20-6.
So Councillor Pasternak's motion is redundant. Item is amended. All in favor? Recorded vote. Oh, wow, you guys are very nasty. My God. Jeez. I know.
Councillor Cole, your vote, please.
In the negative.
The negative, thank you. The item is amended carries. The vote is 19-7.
Okay. Our next item is IE 27.9, updates on Vision Zero. And Councillor Pasternak held the item down to it. But we only have 5 minutes, so do we want to wait? Okay, why don't we just take our break now because it's 5 to 6. And sorry, staff, you can take your break. And everybody take a deep breath.